Richard?
Did you want to test your audio video?
Yeah, I was hoping to. I'm on my laptop at home and I feel
Your
better.
audio is perfect. Are you going to be making any kind of presentation?
I don't anticipate it, but it's a possibility. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Video and your audio are perfect.
Okay. I'll turn them both off now. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hi, Richard. It's Sabrina. Can you hear me okay?
Try to take your seat. But the mayor permitted.
We got an echo.
It is now time to start open session to hear public comment into closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item. Next
During
item.
closed session, the council will discuss the following items: liability claims, claimant John Bruce, agency claim against City of Richmond, claimant Jose Villalobos, agency claimed against City of Richmond, claimant Derek Riley, agency claimed against City of Richmond, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sandoval versus Richmond Housing Authority, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Attorney, Title City Manager, Title City Clerk, and Title Confidential Investigative and Appeals Officer. We do not have any requests in person to address the council, and I do not see any hands to address the council on Zoom.
All right. Since there are no speakers, we will move on to adjourn to closed session.
Test 1, 2.
We are now beginning the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item.
Next item is roll call. Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is the election of a new vice mayor for 2024. The Richmond City Council shall elect from among its members a vice mayor to serve for 2024. In the absence or disability of the mayor, the vice mayor shall serve as the mayor. The vice mayor shall also represent the mayor upon the mayor's request. The vice mayor shall serve for a term of 1 year.
All right. Do we have any nominations?
I would like to make a nomination. I would like to nominate, if she will accept, our colleague Claudia Jimenez for vice mayor.
I'll second it.
All right. Do we have any other nominations? If there are no other nominations, then roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yeah.
You don't want to think about it?
No. Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Congratulations. The vote.
Thank
Vote
you,
passes
City
with
Council.
Councilmember Bonner abstaining. Our next item is agenda review, and we have a request from Councilmember Robinson to remove item Q1B, and that is the cancellation of the January 23rd council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, can I also remove Q5A, which is the proclamation declaring January 27th, 2024 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and move it after the other two proclamations that we'll be hearing?
Yes, I will accept that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, item Q2A, comments on the AB 617 draft community emissions reduction plan. It says these are comments from the city council, but we've never discussed it because of Brown Act. So I wonder if you could pull it now. The rest of us can add comments and then put it back on consent calendar on January 30th, please.
We will have to pull it and hear it tonight.
Do we have to hear it? I mean,
Well, yeah, we have to, we don't have to make, we could decide how we want to proceed forward, but we will hear it.
got it. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, since I am the sponsor of that, is the letter was there for you guys to read it, and if you have any comments, we will put it out there. But we need to, if we want to have public comments sent to the AB 617, the deadline, unfortunately, is January 19th. So if we wanted to make sure that these public comments are put out there, we will need to discuss it today and vote today.
Okay, in that case, I don't pull it, that's the case. I thought we were, because in it also asking for extension of the deadline.
Yes, this is one thing that we would like, but since the deadline is still on January 19th, then we will miss the opportunity to ask for that deadline, for that
Okay, then I
extension.
take it back. I won't pull it.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, so the cancellation of January 23rd will be heard at the end of the meeting. Okay? So that means we move on to the next item.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
On the closed session report, the three items under liability claims, which is the Bruce claim, Villalobos and Riley. On those items, the council voted unanimously on each of those items to authorize a settlement. With regards to C2, which was Sandoval and the Housing Authority, again, the council voted unanimously on settlement of a dispute. Concerning the C3 items on labor negotiations, those items were not discussed. Concerning the evaluation of the city attorney, city manager, city clerk, and confidential investigative and appeals officer, the council had a discussion of those evaluation matters, and no reportable action was taken. That's my report.
Next item?
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the report from the city manager? Next slide, please. I want to briefly provide an update to the community regarding the hazmat incident that took place today on westbound I-80. Want to thank everyone for their participation in MLK Day of Service and note some upcoming activities that we have planned in our community. Next slide, please. So first, I want to specifically acknowledge members of our public safety teams here in the city of Richmond. Listed before you are the individual staff persons working under Chief Smith, who is with us this evening from the Richmond Fire Department. Want to acknowledge that we had Captain Kirk Gross, Brandon Perry, Jeffrey Robolter, and a number of other staff. I want to be thoughtful of time, so I won't list them all now. But you can see that there was an oil spill this evening on westbound I-80. I want to thank all the staff who are involved, that we also issued Nixle alerts and also coordinated with Caltrans as necessary to respond to the incident. Next slide. These are some pictures that you'll highlighting our lovely MLK Day of Service, and you'll have a proclamation shortly, so I want to thank everyone involved. Next slide. These are the groups that were involved. We'll talk about them in a bit more later. Next slide. So upcoming, as a strategy to improve our economic development activities here in Richmond, collaboratively with our finance department, economic development staff, we're working with anchor institutions and businesses in our community. We have a workshop, a vendor workshop that's scheduled on this Thursday. And so we encourage everyone that is interested in learning how to contract with the City of Richmond, Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, UC Berkeley, Caltrans, Chevron, as well as the school district to participate. If you have any questions, feel free to call 510-620-6512 or email purchasing@ci.richmond.ca.us. Next slide. We continue to have great, amazing activities happening at our library branch, upcoming at our West Side Library branch, which is open to all adults. Between 4:30 and 5:30, there's going to be a workshop, and we invite you all to participate. Next slide. Next slide. We also have the Chinese New Year celebration coming up on Saturday, February 10th from 1 to 3:30. The event will be held in our auditorium. This is an annual event that we host, and we're really excited to host it again this year. It will be from 1 to 3 p.m. in the library, and the event is free to the public. Please, though, do RSVP at 510-620-6793. Usually this event is highly attended, and so it's very important to RSVP in advance to ensure that we can accommodate all those that wish to attend. Next slide. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next item?
Do we have an employee report?
Given the hour, we'd like to roll that over to the next meeting, Mayor, regarding new hires.
Okay, so our next item is report of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 123 reports, and it's limited to 2 minutes per council person.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Robinson.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to report on a couple of developments in different meetings, one of which is the Pullman Neighborhood Council met and continue to work on the project that they have to develop a African American History Museum and memorial space at the site of the International Hotel. We have a number of different action items and are moving forward on that project. If anyone is interested in becoming involved, they can join us at the next Pullman Neighborhood Council meeting. Also, we've been meeting with the Parks and Recreation Department. I'm the liaison to that commission, and they're pushing forward on a number of different projects, one of which is one of Commissioner Torres is assembling a community group to help facilitate the development of the soccer fields with the funding that we have allocated for that purpose, as well as getting updates, working with Councilmember McLaughlin to get updates on the Booker T. Anderson renovations. So it's important if you're interested in those two topics, the soccer field development or what's happening with the BTA, to maybe come to a Parks and Recreation Committee or reach out to Commissioner Torres or Councilmember McLaughlin. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember, yes, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, it's good to be back. I missed some meetings in December because I had shoulder surgery, but I'm well into recovery. I still have my sling, but only for a few more days. And then I'll do some physical therapy, but I'm back in the swing of things and happy to be back here with a full council. I have been throughout January able to get back involved with some of the projects I've been working on, like the farmers market for Marina Bay. That's moving forward. We're looking at mid-March for it to start because some of the farmers aren't quite ready. We were hoping for February, but now it's looking like mid-March, but that is moving forward really quite nicely. And thank you to Councilmember Robinson and Urban Tilth for their help on that. Also working on the Literacy Festival for 2024. We've set up a date, which is April 13th from 10 to 2. It'll be held in the auditorium this year. So we're meeting on that to make sure that's another great festival. The Public Bank of the East Bay, we're moving forward on that as well. We have a draft business plan, and that is being circulated among the agency working group, which includes staff members from each city. Our staff representatives are Nikki, why am I blanking out on her last name?
Mastay.
Nikki, pardon?
Mastay, Deputy City Manager.
Nikki Mastay, yes, and also Floy Andrews from the City Attorney's Office. And after they give their comments on the draft business plan, it'll come to the council for final approval. I'm working on the, still with unhoused work, both working to make sure we have the health of our unhoused community members addressed in encampments, but also trying to find solutions. One of the solutions that is moving forward is the Tiny Youth Village across from GRIP. It's a Tiny Youth Village farm and garden project. So that's moving forward as well. And lastly, and Councilmember Robinson already mentioned, the Booker T. Anderson, we're looking to have a community meeting to update people on the construction and also on the programs that will be reestablished in Booker T. Anderson Center. And that's it.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank my fellow council member, Cesar Zepeda, for the beautiful art pieces around here that just gives it a different feeling, very vibrant. Thank you very much for doing this. Awesome. It's great. And I hope you announce to the artists how to bring their art here. Then I would like to share the good news that the city of Richmond is receiving an award from the governor's office for the Historic Preservation Commission, and we're all going to California to receive the award. Next, I had a meeting with executive officers of Bay Area Air Quality Management District about this plan for community emissions reduction, and they shared interest that they would like to meet with other council members. Because of Brown Act, I have to announce it here in public. And just a side note that our efforts for eliminating gender-based violence is continued. If anybody interested, please contact me. And finally, I just wanted to say that I'm very glad we have a manager of emergency services now. And thanks to our emergency responders chief, fire chief, and police chief, we are working into preparing this city more than ever before in terms of public emergency preparedness. I just wanted to thank them all. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilmember Zepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I did last year, because we haven't seen everyone since last year, so happy New Year to all. Last year I was announcing every time we would get local businesses supporting us during our meal. So as you know, during closed session, City Council gets meals brought in, and it's great to be able to support local businesses. And this week's local business was Salad Thai from Hilltop. So hopefully you go out and you support small businesses. But I also want to recognize, as Councilmember Banda mentioned, the art all around you. Hopefully you see a difference in our conference room here, in our council chambers. I think it makes it pop, and a few people have already said it makes it a little more warm and welcoming, more homey. Some people want to make sure that you know that this is the people's home, but you can't sleep here. You'll have to go to your own home, but you're welcome to come in here during meetings. It's going to be open during council meetings. It's going to be open during commission meetings and at other times. So the art that you see here now will be up for the next quarter. So it's January, February, March. And then there's going to be a call out for new artists. So if you are interested, please reach out. You can reach out to myself for now, and we'll put you in touch. And then from there, the new art will be selected for the next quarter and so forth. So we want to make sure that we bring art to Richmond and we bring Richmond into the arts. I wanted to give a quick update as well from one of our previous meetings, the Veolia. They were supposed to give us a report by the 18th and, by the 8th of January, and they already did. We have that report at City Council. We've all received it. We're reviewing it, and Veolia will come back again and give us that report in person at one of the next council meetings here in January. So that has been received. And I wanted to thank my colleagues who brought up the donate blood resolution here. It is very important to donate blood. And as you mentioned in there, there was a time where the LGBTQI community was not allowed to donate blood, but that the FDA has since updated that old, outdated rules, and now people that are LGBTQI are able to donate blood just like anybody else. So everyone, we all share the same blood there. And an update on the Economic Development Commission. We have a new chair and new co-chair. Dinah Ware is our new chair, and Andrea Portillo-Knowles is our new co-chair. We had our first meeting last week, and it was a very exciting meeting. They are looking forward to working with all of our businesses, especially our small businesses in Richmond, and there's a lot of really great energy out there to work with our business community. And I also met with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, giving them my notes on Veolia and Chevron and a few others and what we can do to work together. So I look forward to having them come out and present to everyone here. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, and I'll concur with Councilmember Bana. Thank you, Councilmember Cepeda, for suggesting that art be decorated in our walls. Though, to be honest with you, how the walls looked like before is basically how I live. No art, just regular walls, so I already felt like I was at home anyway. But this is more vibrant and does make the place pop, I agree. The one thing that I was going to report on was actually something that email I got over the vacation. So I'll say this, our parking enforcement staff is definitely at work, but this did bring up an issue that I know I brought up on another agenda item a few meetings ago. We, on 7th Street at about January 10th, there was massive ticketing that happened, and from what I understand from the communications, it was due to the fact that people were parked in red zones. So the red zones were in front of people's actual residential, and there are signs there that say no parking on specific days, but not necessarily no parking at all. So that's a matter that I wanted to bring the staff and the city's attention, because I think as we're combating housing insecurity and displacement, and more people are actually starting to live in one unit just to be able to afford the rent, that's also going to have an issue on the parking throughout the city, to where we're not being able to support the same amount of parking that we were before. So when it comes to some of our limited parking, I want to figure out how are we working with residents, especially in residential areas and corridors, on one thing. I know we do the permit program, like if you live in a certain area, you can get a permit and put that up, and then you're in the clear. Figuring out something to increase public street parking, especially as our population's going up and people usually drive to get to work and don't necessarily have the opportunity to work locally in the city. How are we accommodating people without penalizing them for just looking for convenience in their day-to-day lives? So I did want to report that out and check in with staff offline, but wanted to get that out there. And, you know, I know at least 5 of us was at a certain celebration yesterday that I think is going to come up at another agenda item, so I won't spoil the fun on that, but I was anxious to report on that too, but I'll follow my colleagues and be quiet now.
All right, Councilmember McLaughlin wanted to add one more thing.
Yes, I forgot to mention in my report that the Commission on Aging, I'm the liaison to that commission, is looking for some new members. So I want to put the word out that you need to be 55 or older to join the commission. They're a great commission. And you would just reach out to the clerk's office, and she'll send you an application, and the mayor will review it. And if it works out as a possible appointee, it comes to the council for review. So it's a wonderful commission. If you're 55 or older, please consider applying for that commission.
Thank you. And I have a few things I'd like to report. On Monday, October 8th, we had 3 new police hires. Officer Trayvon Ross, Eduardo Perez, and Rakisha Hill. So welcome to the family. It's good to have you on our police force. And we had one other person who was hired as, someone help me here.
Assistant to Crime Prevention Manager, I guess?
That's right. And her name is?
I forget, sorry. But I just wanted to add that all 3 police officers are Richmond residents.
Fantastic. Yes. So keep it in-house. And we also, at the Thursday at the Mayor and Supervisors Conference, I was appointed to the County Hazmat Board, and our Councilmember Cepeda was appointed as an alternate. This Saturday, the Hmong Lao community had a New Year celebration, and many of us went there. Councilmember Bana, Councilmember Jimenez, and myself were there, and I still have the New Year's
Blessings.
blessings, so I'm going to wear them for as long as I can. But in honor of our Lao community, we have so many different ethnic communities in Richmond, and the Nepalese community is going to have a Lunar New Year celebration on January 27th. That's Saturday at the Richmond City Hall. So we'll learn better when and where that is.
Where is here at the auditorium.
Okay, at the auditorium. And we'll, as the city manager announced, the Chinese New Year's will be celebrated here, and the Tibetan community also celebrate New Year's, but when I find out when that is, I will report it. So that's it. Oh, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Vice Mayor, you can. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the Lao community for the Wonder Celebration. And there is one staff member from the Employment and Training Department and the Youth Work, Bukai, who has been a great leader in the Lao community. And I wanted to thank her for all the work that she and her community did to put together that wonderful celebration. So I really enjoy, and thank you, Bukai.
Thank you. All right, next item.
The next item is commendations, presentations, and proclamations. Item 01 is a proclamation recognizing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day and his contributions to the civil rights movement.
All right.
Councilmember Zepeda, you want to come forward? And I'll read the proclamation. It's a proclamation of the City of Richmond recognizing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Whereas Martin Luther King Jr. was one of the most prominent leaders in the civil rights movements in the 1950s and 60s, King advanced civil rights for people of color in the United States through nonviolence and civil disobedience. And whereas Martin Luther King Jr. led nonviolence resistance against Jim Crow laws and other forms of discrimination in the United States. And whereas King led marches for the right to vote, desegregation, and labor rights, King oversaw the 1955 Montgomery bus boycott and became the first president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And whereas King was labeled a radical by the FBI in his fight for not only equality, but also equity amongst Americans, led to his life being threatened, his house being burned, being arrested several times along with other civil rights protesters, and ultimately his assassination. And whereas on October 14, 1964, King won the Nobel Peace Prize for combating radical inequality through nonviolence, King was posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1977 and the Congressional Gold Medal in 2003. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day is a federal holiday and acknowledges the birthday of Martin Luther King Jr., MLK Day was first observed on January 20th, 1986. And whereas in 1968, King was planning a national occupation of Washington, D.C. to be called the Poor People's Campaign when he was assassinated on April 4th in Memphis, Tennessee. Now therefore be it resolved that the Richmond City Council hereby declares January 15, 2024 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day and honors his legacy and acknowledges his fight for equality in America. The civil rights movement has given so many Americans freedoms that they wouldn't have if it weren't for Martin Luther King and the many other civil rights activists during this time. The city of Richmond is committed to being an equitable city for all of its residents, regardless of their race, gender, or religion.
Thank you. As you notice, standing before you, we have a rainbow of the Richmond community. This is Richmond. Yeah. Oh,
That's quite.
sure. Under the light, even further. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So, I would like Cesar to lead us in.
The proclamation has already been read, but some part of the proclamation mentioned Urban Tilth along with other partners, and we want to just give a list of those other partners here as well. I'm going to share the microphone. And
hello, yeah, it is working. Good evening, everyone. I feel really lucky to carry on the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Richmond leaders who have shaped this event over the past 18 years. And the organizers for this year event was just possible through the incredible collaboration of Urban Teal, City of Richmond, California volunteers, Kaiser Permanente, MCA, Rich City Rights, St. John Church, Contra Costa Resource Conservation District, Hope, Groundwork, the Watershed Project, Friends of the Richmond Greenway, Moving Forward, Dirt World, Pogo Park, and Cow Institute. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
thank you all who were able to be there. I'm going to pass along to even the council members, especially the one from Urban Tilth, would like to say anything and hosting this event year after year, not just as a council member, but as a community leader years before. Tell us more about that.
Yeah. So just saying, I wanted to just really say thank you to Our Lady Santos, who was the organizer of the event for the last few years and went above and beyond to make this event just so loving and so thoughtful. So you learned history about Martin Luther King. You heard church choirs, which is just essential to civil rights movement and remembering that history. And we sang a song together. There was capoeira, a joda from Richmond, remembering slave resistance, the resistance of enslaved people, and how we were just using all of our imaginations and all of our culture to resist throughout all these times. So many powerful speakers, so many organizations like Moving Forward and others that come together in a space that used to be a vacant lot. And now is this beautiful plaza where people come together. So, for me, that is such a testament to where we're going, what is the power of community, what we can do together. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone and recognize also Paula, who is here, who has been with the Friends of the Richmond Greenway, working on developing the Richmond Greenway for over 18 years as a very quiet contributor, but she's always out there week to week, not just for big events, but helping to pick up the trash and make sure everything is well and caring for people who are actually living out there and all kinds of things. There's so many, I think that's one of the most powerful things about the civil rights movement that we forget. We focus on Dr. King, who I am so grateful for his life, but there were many, many, many people that made the civil rights movement possible. And we have to remember that it was a group effort. Many, many people. And like that in Richmond, the movement that we're seeing, the change that we're seeing in this event and all the kind of related activities is a movement of people. It's many organizations, many people who are holding this vision and moving it forward concertedly over decades. So thank you, everyone.
Yes. If there's any other speakers who would like to speak, raise your hand. We'll pass the microphone down or up to you. In the meantime, I do want to echo what Councilmember Robinson was saying, which is that this is about community. Martin Luther King wrote a book, asking, where are we moving? Is it community or chaos? And Richmond has chosen community. And the Greenway is a testament to how we pull together, create community, which reduces crime. Because we learn how to appreciate and love one another. And I really do want to just say that we plan to send that love out as a council member, as a council to the city of Richmond. We want to set an example of how a city should run, of how a community should behave. So I'm holding a standard that I want all of us to work towards and achieve.
One more thing I wanted to say, two things. One is this year's event, I think, was the biggest event we've ever had. So over 800 people came out to help make change on the Richmond Greenway from all over. I just want to acknowledge that. But I also want to say that, one of the messages we had this year was, yes, everyone, it can be great because everyone can serve. And the work that we have to do is not over, right? The civil rights movement is not over. We have many, many challenges facing us. We have challenges in Richmond. Things are not perfect. We all know that. And one of the things I feel like it's a good time to say right now is one of the projects that I'll be working on over the next year with the Othering and Belonging Institute from UC Berkeley is a report on the state of Black Richmond, to actually look into what's happening with Black residents in Richmond, look into what's happening in terms of disparities in service and other things. I think that the voice of people who have been here for a very long time needs to be heard a little bit louder, and we need to understand better how to really be there for our Black residents. So I'm working on that project. We're assembling a steering committee. If anyone's interested in joining that project, we're going to be looking at it from health, from economics, from the school, what's happening in the schools, as well as what's happening with housing. So if anyone is interested in joining this project, please contact me. It's going to be a concerted effort with UC Berkeley and a whole coalition of people over the next year. Thank you.
If there's no one else, then thank you so much. And we'll see you not next Martin Luther King, but tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the horses.
I know, but I just wanted to.
All right. Let's move forward.
Our next item is item 02, a proclamation honoring Richmond's successful collaboration in the reduction of homicides.
So, Mr. Mayor, I put this on the agenda with the co-sponsorship of yourself and Vice Mayor Jimenez. And we're not going to be presenting it to anyone in particular today. So I'm going to read it from the dais here. And then, of course, you, Mr. Mayor, and Vice Mayor can share your comments as well. But after today, we're going to send out certificates. The reason we aren't presenting it to anyone is because there is a host of organizations and city departments and commissions and committees that we want to make sure are recognized. So we're going to send out certificates afterward. I'm going to work with my intern on that, to certificates of appreciation for the many, many groups and individuals who have helped us reduce homicides in a remarkable way. This past year, 2023, we had 8 homicides, which is the the lowest in Richmond's recorded history going back to 1971. So let me read. Really a great collaborative effort on the part of us all. So let me read the proclamation. Proclamation honoring Richmond's successful collaboration in the reduction of homicides. Whereas violent crime has plagued Richmond in past decades, hurting many families and the reputation of our city. And whereas significant reduction in homicides has been achieved in the year 2023, and the number of homicides reported is the lowest in Richmond's recorded history dating back to 1971. And whereas in 2023, Richmond only had 8 homicides, in addition to 2 vehicular manslaughter cases and 1 death from an officer-involved shooting. And whereas this significant reduction has been the result of a multifaceted approach which includes prevention and intervention efforts to address crime at its root causes, and simultaneously seeking prompt and fair suppression of violent crime when it emerges. And whereas the Richmond City Council established the Office of Neighborhood Safety, ONS, in 2007 to facilitate, expand, and coordinate multiple community interventions and to have a front line of outreach workers called neighborhood change agents on the streets, acting for change and promoting peace and civility. ONS has recently expanded further and continues to do its extremely valuable work today. And whereas city departments have expanded many services, including recreation programs, library and cultural programs, job training and placement programs like YouthWorks and Richmond Build, and have expanded development projects in the city's inner core and maintenance of our community centers, parks, and streets. And whereas the City of Richmond's work on health and all policies passed in 2014 has enhanced community safety by addressing public health approaches to violence prevention through local government decisions that shape a healthy physical and social environment, and its work through the Government Alliance of Race and Equity, GARE, is helping eliminate racial inequities in our communities and developing a collective impact approach firmly grounded in inclusion and equity. Whereas the 2020 City Council established a Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, which made recommendations adopted by the 2021 City Council, who transferred funding from other budgetary areas to address alternative strategies of public safety, including youth jobs through YouthWorks, additional hires for ONS, interventions for unhoused residents, and the creation of a community crisis response program. And whereas Richmond has strengthened its Citizens Police Review Commission to advise the City Council, City Manager, and Chief of Police on all matters pertaining to the administration of the Richmond Police Department. Whereas the Richmond Police Department and its officers have continued to perform their duties with efficiency, responsibility, and increased awareness of the expectations that the residents have of them. And whereas the West County Family Resource Center and the Reentry Success Center were established with the leadership of County Supervisor John Joya and other county officers to address the needs of domestic violence victims and the needs of returning parolees. And whereas the City of Richmond established a Department of Children and Youth and established the Richmond Promise program to help our youth have more opportunities to thrive and succeed in life. Whereas many Richmond faith-based organizations have worked both independently and collaboratively with city agencies to reach the hearts and minds of many individuals in areas of high incidence of violent crime. A current example being the recently reactivated Richmond Peace Walks led by Faith in Action East Bay. And whereas many community-based organizations continue to play key roles in violence reduction and prevention, including the Richmond Crime Prevention Board, the Richmond Progressive Alliance, RISE, Safe Return Project, Vision of Hope Outreach, Richmond Neighborhood Councils, the Richmond Police Activities League, Sports organizations like Richmond Soul Soccer Club, Richmond United Soccer Club, Richmond Little League, and Richmond Steelers, various unhoused service providers such as SOS Richmond, Way to Love, HCEB, Collaborizing, and Richmond Community Foundation, as well as all the partners involved with the Richmond Our Power Coalition and Lift Up Richmond, and many others. And whereas the recorded high of 61 homicides in year 1991 is a sad but not forgotten year in our history. And our reductions in year 2023 represent a nearly 64% decrease in the number of homicides going back 3 years. Year 20, there were 22 homicides. Year 2021, 18. Year 2022, 18. So the 8 homicides of 2023 is nearly 64% less. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Richmond City Council acknowledges and expresses its gratitude for this collective success achieved with the efforts of all those who have played a role over the past decades and in recent years in particular. And be it further resolved that we, the elected representatives of the City of Richmond, on behalf of the people of Richmond, recommit ourselves to continue fighting for the life and safety of all our residents and urge all city employees, all residents, all businesses, all neighborhood and community organizations to continue to expand our common efforts against violent crime and all crime as we work together in all ways possible to further our shared values of peace and prosperity in Richmond. And be it finally resolved that the City Council office will send certificates of appreciation to all the entities mentioned throughout this proclamation, thanking them for their role in helping us create a more empowered and peaceful Richmond. So I'm very excited that we have this opportunity to thank everyone, and I'll be working with my intern to get those certificates out. But at this point, I would like to ask the co-sponsors, Mayor Martinez and Vice Mayor Jimenez, to say a few words as well.
Yeah, I think I've already said what needs to be said, which is that this turnaround is a community effort. It's all of us working together and creating a safe space and finding ways to find solutions to how to move forward. So I'm just speechless as to what a beautiful city Richmond is becoming.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin, for bringing this forward as well and reading the proclamation. I just wanted to say that investing in young folks, investing in trying to support people is what it pays off. I just wanted to thank everybody and thank the council majority who has been since 2020 now supporting programs and putting funding where we think that is going to support the community and really addressing the root cause of violence. Because we cannot just kind of like put impression everybody and way that the problem goes away. Research has shown that no, it comes back to the community if we don't address really the root causes and giving opportunities. I wanted to thank to all the young residents in Richmond who had decided to not be in the violence, in the gangs, and in any violence activity. All these young folks that had been part of ONS, I want to thank because part of the reduction in homicide is because they decided that they don't want to have that life and that they want to have other opportunities. And thanks the council who in 2007 created ONS to really support that. So I wanted to just read this because it's important for people to know that the current cohort that ONS had, which is at number 8, has 130 plus participants. The past 7 cohort had a total of 148 fellows. And the reason why they had been able to have in just one cohort all these participants was because this council decided to double their budget. Over 96% of the participants are alive. Over 80% don't have been injured by firearm since becoming a fellow. And over 66% not suspected of a firearm-related incident since become a fellow. That means that it's amazing how a program that really support young folks to change their lives, it pays off. And this is one of the results. I am not saying that it's just one thing. I think like we had to give thanks to also to all the organization, the departments in the city who had been working really hard to make this happen. And I am really excited to wait for the launch this year in August of the Community Crisis Response Program, because it's another addition that is going to help to continue in this path of increasing safety in our community. So I thank the city manager for the leadership, and we will be looking forward to launch that program in August. And everybody continue that collaboration and continue to be engaged. And one thing that people are, today a journalist asked me what it could be something that other cities can learn from the city of Richmond. And I think that what we have been doing is not just one approach. No one thing is the bulletproof to resolve this. And so is every single thing that we do in the city that is making this, including what we already give a proclamation, the Green Way, improving the Green Way and being able to have these great events in the community is what make us all safe. So it's not just one thing, it's all the things that we are doing here to really make sure that our community continue to be safe. A lot of to work. I am not dismissing that we have some issues that we need to resolve to improve the quality of life of residents, but we are in a good path. Thank you.
I want to add a few things. I'd like to praise our rent stabilization board because creating a safe space environment, making our residents feel as if they have a home that they can depend on, is crucial in creating a safe space for families. I also want to praise our young people who have begun to come out in big numbers in political and environmental, social issues. If you had been at the Martin Luther King celebration, you would have seen tons and tons of young people who were there to not only celebrate, but to move forward with new ideas. So I take my hat off to all the young people who are creating a new Richmond and who will be our new leaders. Anyone else? If not, then we'll move on to the next item.
We do have one speaker,
Oh, Richmond.
All right.
Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes.
The reason for the low homicide rate is because the criminals killed each other out. 369 homicides are all in the Iron Triangle, North Richmond, on the south side. I was there with the Richmond PD with the ride along. I was there with the activists, the Black Crime Summit in 2004, State of Emergency in 2005, 10 City 2006 and 7, Operation Richmond in 2010. I was there. None of you people wasn't there at all. I was in the streets. I filmed the homicides, the beatings, the shootings. I was there. None of you people wasn't even around during that time. And when McLaughlin was mayor, she had the highest homicide rates ever. Oh yeah, do the math. 47 homicides in 2007, 47 homicides in 2009. You was at 10th City. Oh, we're going to decrease the homicides. It never did happen. All the homicides were in the black neighborhoods. These neighborhoods I mentioned, because this is why you had the black reverends and ministers and activists out there protesting against the violence. You had 7 Latinos were murdered, one white person was murdered in about 15 years. The rest of them was blacks killing blacks. This is why they was out there protesting. You didn't see the Latinos out there protesting. You didn't see the white people out there protesting. It was mostly these activists, African Americans, out to stop the violence, but it didn't do any good. The bottom line is they killed each other out. It was all about drugs and gangs, because I know, I made the documentary about it. I filmed it. You ain't telling me nothing. All this stuff you come up with about what McLaughlin was saying is all just a bunch of pack of lies. Lie after lie after lie. And I could prove it.
That was our only speaker.
All right, thank you. Next item.
Our next item is item O5A. Hold on one second. And that is a proclamation declaring January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of Richmond.
We have a microphone? Or should we use this?
We can use that till we get a microphone.
Okay, if we could get a microphone from KCRT. I would like to ask Ellen Brodsky, who is the president of Jewish Voice for Peace Bay Area, to come up here. And she is up here now, and she will be receiving this proclamation on behalf of Jewish Voice for Peace Bay Area.
Thank you, Council Member. So, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. So, thank you for being here to receive this proclamation, which I will now read. International Holocaust Remembrance Day is observed annually on January 27th, the anniversary of the Soviet Red Army liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi concentration and death camp. And whereas the Holocaust was a horrific, state-sponsored, systematic persecution and annihilation of 6 million Jewish people by the Nazi regime and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945. And whereas millions more, including Romani people, the LGBTQ plus community, disabled individuals, Polish and Soviet civilians, political dissidents, and other groups were also brutally targeted by the Nazi regime. And whereas it is crucial to honor the memory of those who were systematically murdered, to acknowledge survivors and their stories, and to pay tribute to the international coalition who bravely fought against the Nazi regime and adoption, whereas the city of Richmond recognizes the importance of remembering both the early warning signs and autocracies of the Holocaust, it is essential to ensure that genocide never occurs again. Whereas the City of Richmond encourages all residents to commemorate this day, to continue educating themselves about the Holocaust, and to remain committed to building a community that combats anti-Semitism and hatred in all its forms and promotes human dignity and justice. Whereas this day provides an opportunity for reflection on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments to prevent genocide and condemn it voraciously when it occurs. And now, whereas I, Eduardo Martinez, Mayor of the City of Richmond, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Richmond, do hereby proclaim January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Richmond, California, and urge all residents to take this day to grieve the victims of the Holocaust and commit themselves to respect and justice for all people.
Great. Mr. Mayor, are we going to sign it before we let,
So
we're going to sign it, and then we're going to let Ellen say a few words on receiving it. I will sign my name here. I'm left-handed, so I got to kind of do it in a... Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, thank you so much, council members, for inviting Jewish Voice for Peace here today to receive this proclamation, which is such a beautifully written one. We have over 30,000 Bay Area supporters, including 500 Richmond residents in JVP. And we are grateful to your city council for being the first in the Bay Area to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire and for taking a stand against the collective punishment and ethnic cleansing being carried out by the Israeli government in Gaza. As your proclamation so eloquently states, Holocaust Remembrance Day provides an opportunity for reflection on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments to prevent genocide and recognize it when it occurs. As Jews, we are descendants of people who have survived genocide, displacement, ethnic cleansing, and persecution. We understand what genocide is, and so we recognize the painful reality that the Israeli government is conducting a genocide in Gaza today. We know the price of silence, and we refuse to be silenced, just as you refuse to be silent. We are Jews who choose to honor Holocaust Remembrance Day by calling upon the U.S. government to support an immediate ceasefire and to stop providing the weapons and military aid which enables this genocide. Never again means never again for anyone, including Palestinians. JVP also appreciates the proclamation's call for building a community that combats anti-Semitism and hatred in all its form, including racism and Islamophobia. It's important to state that criticizing the actions of the Israeli government is not anti-Semitic. At JVP, we fight anti-Semitism and for Jewish safety through solidarity with all those who are targets of white supremacy and white nationalism. We know that fighting against anti-Semitism and for Palestinian freedom are intertwined. We are deeply committed to both. And again, we really thank you for inviting us to receive this proclamation. Thank you so much.
Shall we move towards the center here so that we can have our photograph taken?
Yeah, let's have a photograph.
We have one in-house speaker, and then we have one speaker joining us via Zoom. The in-house speaker is Mark Wasberg.
What do you think Hamas did? They went right over to Israel, started massacring these people just like the Nazis did. Just shooting them just for sport. That's another genocide that the Hamas was doing. And you people are supporting these people? Do you realize how many Hamas people are in Palestine right now? Thousands. They don't have to wear uniforms. Israel's doing the right thing by annihilating these people. They have every right to do it. They was attacked, just like we was attacked on Pearl Harbor. We wanted to kill every Jap out there, and we almost did. We had to drop the atomic bomb on them because they wouldn't surrender. All was on a suicide mission. That's what Hamas is doing, the same exact thing. They're messing with the wrong people. They're messing with the strongest military in the world. This is how stupid these people are. They're just out there just to kill. And you over there supporting this one, and the stupid lady over there talks about white supremacy. There is no white supremacy. She's talking out of her ass. And you people over there supporting this stuff, that's how stupid you people are. I hope Israel will annihilate these people, get rid of them. We don't need terrorists. We don't need Hamas. We don't need the Houthis. They're stupid. One aircraft carrier could totally wipe out Iran. All they are is a bunch of religious suicide fanatics. That's it. They're no different from the Nazis and the Japanese. And you people sit there and talk about a genocide? You forgot to talk about the genocide what Israel did, what Hamas is doing right now. You took a picture with these clowns wearing having the Palestinian flag. Now they're after Joe Biden. Good. That's good news for Trump. Let him boycott the vote. That's more votes for Trump. This is how stupid these people are.
Any other speakers?
We have one more speaker.
And the speaker joining us via Zoom is Sarah C. Sarah, please state your last name.
Sabrina, we can't hear you. Ursula, can you call? Okay.
Sarah C., you may begin. You would have 2 minutes
Hi,
to speak.
thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a Richmond resident. First, to our guest, I just wanted to apologize on behalf of the city of Richmond for the prior speaker. He does not represent the views of our city at all. I am one of the JVP members in Richmond, and I am so grateful for this council's action, both on this proclamation and the resolution from late October. And I really appreciate the focus on preventing genocide wherever it is occurring in the world, not just in Palestine, in Congo, in Sudan, everywhere that one group of people thinks that it is good to annihilate another group of people, as our prior speaker just said. That is our job to fight that. That is what I want to see from my local government, and I'm so grateful for all of you. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Any comments from the council member? No?
If I could, I just want to once again thank Jewish Voice for Peace, thank Ellen Brutsky for coming to receive this, and for all the wonderful work you do in standing for peace and making clear the issues. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your powerful statement today. It shows how solidarity should be. That what we don't want to occur to one group, we don't want that to another group. And this is what your statement, and this is what the city council wanted to say as well. So thank you, and thank you, the co-sponsor, for this proclamation. It's great to hear all the voices from both sides, and thank you.
I'd like to emphasize that this is an issue of belonging or othering. The Nazis not only focused on the Jewish people, but they included other people that they considered other. And those other people were the Romani people. They were the LGBTQ plus people, disabled people, political dissidents, and anyone else who opposed their train of thought. So we need to get away from othering people and accept everyone as community. So that's what I hope we will accomplish with this resolution, to look at each other as fellow community members and stop othering each other so that we can have conversations and use reason, compassion, logic for creating a new society. Thank you. So, so we'll move on to the next item.
Our next item is open forum. Open forum is a chance for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes. And then if there's anyone that's joining us online that wishes to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We'll call the speakers in-house first, and then we'll move to our online speakers. Please keep your comments respectful, and we have 5 speakers in-house. There are Kristen Pooley, Irena Delamora, Mark Wasberg, Wesley Alexander, and Jamin Perez. Please come forward. Kristen Pooley.
Yes, hello, my name is Kristen Pursley. Thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council. I am a English as a second language teacher in Richmond for 25 years, and I'm here tonight because I have a curriculum for English as a second language learners about climate change and sustainability. And I've been getting it out there, and actually the city of New York and the city of Los Angeles are both kind of adapting it for their use. And I thought, well, this comes out of Richmond, so the city of Richmond should know about it. One thing was, when I was writing it, I thought, I'm going to tie it into the Earth Day celebration for the city of Richmond, but I couldn't find a City of Richmond Earth Day celebration. So I don't know if we have that and I missed it, but I just wanted to, I have a copy that I would like to leave off if I can, and any way that the city could partner with the adult school to give opportunities to our students to learn about what's going on in Richmond around climate change and sustainability. I've already connected with UC Master Gardeners that have the dry garden at the library. We might have an opportunity for maybe some field trips. And so yeah, I just wanted to leave this for you if you are interested. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If I may, Mayor, Gabino Arredondo, project manager, will connect the speaker with Samantha Carr, environmental manager, since we have an awesome Earth Day event and we want to make sure the residents know about it. Thank you.
Irena Delamora.
Okay. Hello, my name is Irania Delamora, and thank you again for the opportunity for you guys to have open forum for your citizens. It's greatly important. So I'm greatly pleased to be here at the Richmond City Hall meeting This last year has been very difficult for me and others I know living in Richmond financially. I don't know if the city hall is aware, COVID was pretty bad for most people everywhere in America financially, but also in Richmond. My hope for this year from the City Hall Council is to get the community involved and made aware of this coming election, and hopefully the best president wins, chosen by the people. Also, I am a new musical artist, and I promote the city of Richmond, and I would appreciate the city support, not just me, but all the other artists that are out of Richmond, because this is also an entrepreneur opportunity for us to make money, like to be having opportunities, if you guys could approve them, when they want to have events for artists to practice their freedom of speech and express themselves artistically, right? And I go by my government name, so my artist name is my government name, Irania de la Mora. And I'm hoping to leave my flyer outside, if you guys let me or not, it's fine. I'm gonna have my first show in San Jose, and then seconding what the council member Willis said. Maybe it's not the exact same thing he said, but straightening the roads, I've noticed that you guys have been doing that like consistently, and which is great, right? Because no more potholes, that means no more flat tires for me. But also, what I've been noticing is that you guys have been adding a lot of bike lanes on the main streets where people drive to go to work, which would it be good, I guess, if people actually rode their bikes to go to work, but most people don't in Richmond. And all it really has done, I've noticed, is create a lot of traffic for us to get to work. So if you guys could add bike lanes, but not on the main streets where we used to go to work, maybe on the side streets where people their houses are, which I've noticed you guys haven't been doing.
Your
That'd be
time
a
is
little better.
expired.
Oh yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank
That's my
you.
flyer. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Mark Wassberg, is he still in the chambers? Okay. Wesley Alexander? And our next speaker will be Jamin Purcell.
Happy Tuesday, Mayor, City Council, and the staff. Happy MLK Week as well. A pleasure to hear some of the updates in regard to the improvements in the city. With that said, I want to address the economic injustice that truly threatens the wins that we talked about here today. There are a number of businesses, nonprofits, organizations serving this community in a variety of ways. And they are experiencing the same challenges that if I recall, about 92 tech companies have experienced in 2024 and having to lay off almost 17,000 people. And so imagine if the most well-funded companies are having challenges. You can imagine what the startups, the small businesses, and nonprofits in this community are also dealing with. With that said, I understand that you guys have allocated about $1.25 million in ARPA funding as of the last city council meeting. However, there is an urgency that I believe is missing in regard to ensuring that funds, not in the form of debt, but funds in the form of actual grants to these businesses and these nonprofits to ensure they can keep their doors open and also feed their families. We're talking about a lot of brick and mortar enterprises that were serving the community during the pandemic and post the pandemic, and they are still doing their best to continue serving this community. With that said, I think it's important to also take into account that if you read the color of law, the city of Richmond, when it comes to economic injustice, is the first thing they speak about in this book that highlights discrimination and redlining that impacted adversely, particularly African Americans, but also additional minority communities. And you guys are in a position to make history in regard to helping those businesses in this well-diverse community receive some relief in a critical time. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys.
Our last speaker is Jamin Purcell.
First, I want to say that I'm actually very happy to hear that the new officers that have been sworn in are Richmond residents. That really does make a difference when we talk about community policing. It can't just be a thought process. It has to be in practice, and bringing in members of the community is very important. I also want to thank the council and Councilmember Zepeda for the art. Already, it has spurred conversation between me and one of the officers, Simmons, where we were talking about art and connecting in a way that I don't know if we would have had that conversation had it not happened. And that is exactly what art is supposed to do. And so I'm hopeful that more people will be applying for the grants that are coming out that just released in January 10th. The small grants for art and bring them to their neighborhoods and be able to express and connect on a new level. I also want to highlight something that Councilmember Robinson said about that Martin Luther King did not do it by himself. When we were at the celebration, which was fantastic, we were handing out information about Bayard Rustin. He was just in a movie called Rustin, and he was pivotal about moving the nonviolent resistance and incorporating that into the fight for civil rights. One of the things that he said was that you have to join every other movement for the freedom of people, and injustice everywhere should not be tolerated and must be protested. Last, I also want to say I appreciate the mispronouncing of my name by our Ms. Christensen, and I want to highlight that while we have brought down our homicide rate, I still want to acknowledge until it is zero, there is still more work to be done, and highlight that the Perez family have still lost their son, and that we need to do everything possible to make sure it comes down to zero one day. Thank you.
So,
I thought I said Purcell.
yes.
I didn't say Perez. Okay.
Happy New Year. Yes.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and that excludes item Q1B and Q5A.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Fantastic. And now our next item.
So the next item would be the item that was removed from the consent calendar.
Yes. Q1B.
Q1B is to approve the cancellation of the January 23rd, 2024 regular city council meeting, and this item was removed from the consent calendar by Councilmember Robinson.
All right, would you speak to that?
Sure. So I'm just hoping to look for another solution. When we voted on canceling last week's meeting, I was unaware, I did not notice that it also called for the cancellation of the 23rd meeting and then a meeting on the 30th, which is normally not a meeting date. That's the 5th Tuesday.
Correct.
And so I had other plans for that date because, you only get a 5th Tuesday every now and again. I was trying to take advantage of it. It happens to, anyway, so I just was hoping that we could bring back next week, the 23rd, and leave the 5th Tuesday as a non-meeting day.
I second that.
Okay. Councilmember Zepeda?
Okay, and I fully support getting the 5th Friday off, but I just have a process question because I know that the agenda items are due Wednesday by noon. Do we have agenda items ready? I'm looking at Ms. Curl and Ms. Christian.
I defer to the city clerk who manages the publication of the
Because
agenda.
we might not have another meeting in January if we have no agenda items.
Okay, we do not have any items that are ready for a meeting next week. Now, if there's something that council wants to put forward, that's something different, but agenda needs to be published by Thursday. And items are in a workflow right now to be approved for the January 30th meeting.
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, no, I also zoned it 100% when I looked at the agenda item, not knowing that the 23rd was going to be canceled. Personally, because I checked in with Miss Christian too ahead of time because I was confused about it. The only reason I would be amenable if there's agenda items ready to doing the 23rd, but I don't think it's a good idea to cancel the 30th because I know the city clerk's office confirmed the county to come and do an elections update for folks on how this election cycle is going to work because especially with the primary coming up in March. And I know that's been an issue to get on the agenda within the last year. So for me, that's a really time-sensitive item to at least, even if that's the only item that we hear on the 30th, I think that definitely needs to get out there to the public. And I know the county, as I understand it, was confirmed to show up on the 30th. And there may be I'm not even saying that this was an idea that was realistic. This is just an assumption that there may be a possibility to see if they could do the 23rd, but for right now, that's last minute, short notice, and they're already confirmed for the 30th. So I wouldn't want to cancel that meeting just even for that one agenda item alone that I think is very important. I believe, yes, it is very important.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I also thought our usual meeting, we usually have a meeting on the fourth Tuesday, and the fourth Tuesday is January 23rd. And so I was talking with the city council liaison, Trina Jackson, and she said, I talked with the city clerk's office, and there is no meeting on the 23rd, it's on the 30th. And I said, well, why is that? And so she proceeded to tell me on the December 19th, the council canceled the January 9th meeting and said the two regular meetings for January would be on the 16th, which is today, and on the 30th. And I said, well, there wasn't even a cancellation of the 23rd. So they put on the agenda the cancellation of the 23rd with the expectation that we would have it on the 30th. But I think that was an error. In fact, I heard from it was an error because they thought, well, the 30th would be the last meeting, but it was a fifth Tuesday. So it makes sense to me to go on the 23rd. And my question is, as long as there are items, staff items in the workflow, can't they be moved forward quickly for the 23rd, even if the agenda gets put out on Friday? I know we sometimes have the agenda delayed a bit, but it sounds like there are items in the workflow, so it's not like we don't have items, it's just that they haven't worked their way through yet. So I think a meeting on the 23rd, as should have happened, should have been scheduled as usual, is the best way to go. So I do support not having a meeting on the 30th and having a meeting on the 23rd.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, I think I had that, and because of that, I made plans, a work trip, so I won't be able to attend the 30th, based on my assumption that we always have meetings on the 1st, 3rd, and 4th of the month. And I think one thing that I would like to say, and I have been asking for that, is that we should have a calendar of the agenda items that are going for the whole year, or at least for every 3 months, so we can plan ahead of time. If somebody for a work plan or something this cannot come, that they know, okay, well, these items are going to be in this time. And I asked for that, and I got one Excel sheet, but it's not something like I understand that this is a Word document that is live, so we should have a Word document that is a Google document that we can see what are the changes and what are the items that are coming up, so we know. And I understand in other agencies this is something that it happens, so I don't see why not. Just to make sure that we have that information and avoid already confusion. But I agree with Councilmember McLaughlin and Councilmember Robinson that we should have the 23rd and not the 30th. Thank
Councilmember Robinson.
I just wanted to make it clear that I wouldn't be able to make it on the 30th. I won't be here if we have a meeting at that date.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure that all of our colleagues are able to attend. I think it's always important to have everyone here. So I would agree with moving it as long as we can make sure that we have agenda items. And one of them that's important is Veolia. We had mentioned to them that they were going to come back and report to us by the end of January. So if we are looking at moving the date, whichever which way, that we communicate with Veolia to let them know, because they need to plan to fly out here to give us that report we asked for, or we're going to move it where it's too short of a notice and we need them in February. We want to make sure that we let the community know, because as we're holding these companies accountable, we have to hold ourselves right back accountable on the dates. So just communicating with them. Not sure who's going to do it, but whatever the decision may be, let's make sure that we can get it and getting those dates there. Also, we have a lot of things on closed session that we can maybe use a lot more time on if we move some smaller items around, so that we can have a meeting on the 23rd and then maybe the bigger items in February and skip the 30th, or figuring out something. But also in closed session, we did talk about, we gave our colleagues some deadlines. So again, accountability back to us. So best of luck with whatever decision we make, but let's keep everyone together. Thank you.
So just out of curiosity, the items that are planned for the 30th, are they time sensitive? And if not, how would that impact our meeting on the 1st? Well, the 1st of February.
The first meeting in February.
Yeah, first meeting in February.
I will go back to the county to see if they can reschedule. If not for the 23rd, then I guess it'll be moved to February.
I'm
not sure about the other items.
So my question is, what items are planned for the 30th? Of those items, which ones are time sensitive?
So Mayor, usually we conduct agenda review the Wednesday after this meeting. So tomorrow morning, that's when we work on agenda review with the management leadership team, the city clerk, with Pam, myself, all the directors, as well as Shannon. And we go through the items that are proposed for the next council meeting. So that it would be scheduled tomorrow morning. So I'd be happy to provide an update tomorrow, because that'll give me a chance to confer with the department heads. And also with the city attorney's office. So Shannon assists Dave with agenda review. And so I'm not sure how many of the items they go through workflow. So that includes review by the finance director, by the city attorney's office for legal review, and then it comes to me for review, and then the clerk's office helps publish the agenda. So I understand what the council's desire is, and I can provide a more detailed response tomorrow.
Okay, well, my question wasn't about what items can be moved to the 23rd. My question was, what items could be had on the first meeting in February? Are they time sensitive? And would it impact the work that we have on the first meeting in February?
I would like to confer with the department heads to provide a more thoughtful response, and I would be happy to talk to you tomorrow morning.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you have no answer at this point.
Well, I mean, so for example, right, a lot of times department heads have items that are key that they would like to have considered. We understand, and I think the city clerk and the city attorney's office understands you all would like to have a meeting on the 23rd. So we'll make adjustments to do so of the critical items, and the items that cannot be considered on the 23rd will be heard at your first meeting in February.
Okay, so
I think I understand the desired outcome, so we'll work to achieve that.
okay, question to the council. If there are items that will be impacted by moving things to the first meeting of February. Would you be willing to have an extra meeting in February? No. I hear no, no?
Willing to, but don't desire to.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we ask that we schedule a meeting for January 23rd, and that we do not schedule a meeting for January 30th, and that the city manager and city attorney move as many items as possible to the 23rd, closed session and open session. And the remaining items, we, hopefully, most of them can be moved, but if some of them have to be carried over to February 6th, I believe is the first meeting in February, that we hear them then, so.
I second that, but can I add something so that also we can have for February a list of all the items that are working in an agenda that is a Google sheet, so we see the changes. I don't know, like it could be every 3 months or 6 months or the whole year, but that we have a rolling agenda that City Council can look at it to know what are the working flow of the agenda and what items are planning to be in each time, in each agenda item.
I accept that as long as that's a doable, feasible.
Yeah, I respectfully, it was referenced to Dave and I, so it would probably be prudent to also include the city clerk, since she's also one of the 3 direct reports and then also manages the publication of the agenda collaboratively. We develop it together, but the clerk's office is the responsible entity for publishing.
Okay, yeah, and you share with me an Excel agenda for some. I think like it's more about putting it, like if this is the working agenda, putting it in a Google sheet so we see the changes in the items. So thank you. And yeah.
All right, so that's added to the motion. So can't have a meeting on the 23rd, no meeting on the 30th. Move as many items to the 23rd as possible, and receive a rolling agenda for the council of agenda items, so we have a heads up in general going forward.
I have one question for clarification. With this agenda item, can we cancel the 30th? Or do we need to come back and cancel the 30th?
No, I think we could.
You think we can do it tonight?
I'm sorry, but to be honest, I was confused because the item on the 19th, which I wasn't at, but I did read the item, only said cancel the 9th, but then it said regular meetings will be held on the 16th and the 30th. So
Right.
was it, I mean, I guess to be safe, we could cancel the 30th as part of the motion.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second with an amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry, who seconded the motion? Okay. Okay. Councilmember Bonner.
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No
Then I
public
just had a comment on the motion.
Yes.
Yeah. We do not have any public comments.
Okay. I just had a comment
you.
on the motion. Yeah, now, I'm only 100% agree with the confusion. I was confused. I was sitting in the dog park calling up Pam saying, hey, what's this about exactly? And got a little bit of information on what went down, and I vaguely remember that meeting, but it was also the end of the year, so I think at that point, a lot of us were checked out during that last meeting after we got through an extensive agenda. My main reason that I'm only going to be voting no on the motion is because I am concerned about the time sensitivity of the county and the fact that we've already confirmed them and been trying to get them on the agenda for a while, and it sounds like we confirmed them ahead of time, but that was with the confusion and understanding that there wasn't going to be a meeting on the 23rd and there was going to be a meeting on the 30th. And also, just checking in about, well, if we have to push the agenda being released by Friday, so be it. I guess I'm only concerned of been wanting to get away from this crunch time because I know there's a lot of labor and a lot of lift and research and checks and balances, dotting the i's and crossing the t's that need to be done. And that's a stressful amount of time and a lot of pressure to be putting on our staff to be able to produce all that in a timely manner, just to be prepared for the 23rd. So I 100% agree we should all have to be here, but I also want to move away from these last minutes like, okay, staff, get it done, get it done, get it done now, because I know that's something that has come up to me in a lot of conversations on just impact of morale. So understand everybody's point 100%, but based on those issues, that's going to be why I'm voting no on the motion, and wanted to put those comments out there.
You ready?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
No.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis and Mayor Martinez voting no.
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question? For the calendar that you would like us to work on, is that to include closed session or just open session?
I would say both.
Yeah, both.
Thank you.
You know, a lot of your closed sessions are based upon things that are going on that are urgent. They can't be anticipated too much in advance. If you do want something, I think I'm going to take like eight items and just put them on every meeting.
I think as opposed to putting closed session on there, we should just assume that there will always be a closed session. I think that's a safe assumption.
Yeah, that's pretty safe.
Yeah. But I think like the items will be like, as you say, like you put the items that you think like, oh, they are heating up, just for us to know, to have a sense of what is there.
Well, I'm not, so we
Like you
have,
say.
there's probably, like tonight, there's workers' comp things that come up that are kind of last minute. But you probably have 8 to 12 items that are active litigation. And, I mean, I could list what those things are, but I don't necessarily know which ones would be. And I also know that generally, we only have time to cover 5 or 6 of them. So on a particular meeting, we'll talk about the 5 or 6 that are the most important, and others, if they're not, we actually got through the 3 meetings before the holidays by adjusting the right ones. We actually got through everything by the time the holidays came. So I'm happy to tell you what the major things are, but I can't figure out whether something needs to be on the 23rd versus whatever the next thing is. But if you're okay with, in general, here's the list, and out of those, we'll give you the priority items as each one develops. And we tend to try and tell you that on the Friday night before the meeting with closed session memos.
Sounds good.
Councilmember Robinson.
Maybe just to add something to that, if there happens to be something coming up like a hearing, or you're anticipating a ruling or something like that, then that, even though you might not know the exact date and time, at least giving people a heads up that this something may be coming, so that we can make sure, just make sure that we're present and available.
All right. So, I'm sorry? Oh, yes, okay. So then we all understand that legal will inform us of items as they come up with enough time for us to consider it before the meeting, and that you'll give us a general sense of pending items that will show up, and then with the understanding that there are items that just pop up when they pop up, and you'll let us know about those as soon as possible. Okay? So with that, it's time to adjourn. And we have another item?
We do?
Yeah. Okay.
But, Mr. Mayor, I do have a memorial.
Yes.
So I would like to ask that you adjourn the meeting, Mr. Mayor, in memory of Betty Brown, who has died recently. Betty Brown is a retired public health nurse and a Kensington resident, but she was a tireless peace and justice advocate, and she worked with many community groups, including the Richmond Progressive Alliance in Richmond. She worked very hard. She was someone who always used email. She did not use email. She used phone and calling people and asking them to leaflet and write and mail their Congress people on peace issues. She put out the East Bay Peace Action newsletters and was really a strong person. Sadly, she died recently, and I hope we can all remember her as you end the meeting in her honor. You probably remember her, maybe, Mayor?
I do. She also worked on educational issues.
Okay.
So I remember working with her on equity issues within the schools. Yes, Councilmember Robinson.
And I promised the Miss Naomi from the Pullman Neighborhood Council that I would also add to the remembrance one of their council members. Her name is Mary. I didn't catch her last name. I was trying to bring it up, but I couldn't. But she's a long-term Pullman council member who recently passed away and had been an very active member in the Pullman Neighborhood Council and made a big impact. Her passing. So I wanted to add her name to the list of people.
Bless you, Mary. Any others? If not, then this meeting is adjourned. Thanks to all of you.
Before 9.